Hello. All right. Today we are continuing with the Sony SMC-70 power supply stuff. Now, I feel I should clarify something. The power supply situation, let's call it, I have for the machine works. We know the machine turns on and it's functional. So I'm not looking to replace anything that's here. I just need it to not fall out. So the goal for what we are doing right now is just designing a 3D printed internal structure for holding both the LED driver power supply that I have here that takes in AC power and outputs a bajillion 12 volt. Not really. It's all internal. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits though. And then the Pico PSU here that's doing all of the other voltage rails that I don't want to get into. So, anesthetics, that seems a little more accurate. We're curing it of random wiring disease. So, that's what we're doing today. Now, it just occurred to me, well, no, it occurred to me last night, but I wasn't able to, what happened to the original power supply? I don't know, I didn't get it with it. It was just an empty box when I got it.
Subscribe with Prime. They've subscribed for 10 months, currently on a 5-month streak. And says hi, colon. End of line.
Playful, thank you for the Prime sub and for 10 months there. I appreciate that. Do I need a switch?
They've subscribed for 9 months. End of line.
Ilarkle, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 9 months there. I appreciate that.
CHER 100. I found out today that an old MS USB webcam upsets Linux so much it kernel panicked my min-streaming laptop. End of line.
Wow, that's pretty bad. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. I found out this morning that my USB foot pedals, one of them is an IN USB-2 instead of an IN USB-1, and the 2 doesn't work on my laptop, but works on every other computer I have, and I needed a foot pedal to record a video this morning at home, and that was the only one I had that I could find. I spent 2 hours digging around trying to find the other one that I know I have there somewhere, but to no avail, couldn't find it. So, yeah, I have no idea why that device, it would not enumerate on my laptop as a USB device. It was wild. Worked, again, perfectly fine on my desktop, though. Just ridiculous. Anyway, yeah. So yes, thought. Last night, it occurred to me that I ran out of black filament for the printer. That was, that was gray, but same story for black. And that the other options I have are a slightly noticeable green and then the Data General blues. But I am pretty sure on Amazon I saw that at some point I had ordered beige filament.
CHER 100. We're back on the glow in the dark green. End of line.
No, I don't think we are, as long as I can find it. I'll get to that in a second. But I realized last night that the power switch bezel is beige, or at least maybe it was white at some point. I don't know. Everything inside is beige too, all the heat set studs or something. So I think this is beige. So if I make this beige as well, it's not, you know, gonna be completely out of the question as far as originality. So we're gonna print this in beige, I think. Bringing on the shade sounds like PC. Well, I mean, yeah. DoorDash to go Micro Center. I don't know. I swear I ordered some. I just don't know where I put it. So I'm gonna dig around for a little moment to see what I can find. So, but yeah. Slightly noticeable bigger. It's like neon green. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, I don't do a lot of 3D printing, so I don't have like a good organization system for where the filament goes. It's kind of somewhere around here there's filament, just like somewhere around here there should be a second foot pedal, but I couldn't find it either. Wait, I think this might be it. Is this it? Oh, I think this is it. That's it. Now I just got to get it out. Someone put a deck rider in the way. There we go. Perfect. I didn't think to look for this until like just as the stream was starting. Good news, Helicroft, it was. It was on the floor underneath one of my workbenches, because, like, why would I need it organized away? Or could have ended that sentence, I don't have good organization system or not. Hey, some of my stuff's pretty well organized. Okay. Let's see what this looks like relative to the power switch majigger. Okay. So, I don't think I've ever opened this box. So I have no idea. Oh my gosh, I think it's perfect. Dude, it's like identical. I don't want to rub this around too much because technically that is painted. Although it looks like all four corners are already completely worn off. So not gonna be a problem. Dude, yeah, that's a dead ringer. Exact same color. Well, that's lucky. Okay, so that's our filament. We're gonna use that. I think it'll look good. I don't know. So here's my plan for this, by the way. I'm going to do I'm sure there's a name for this. I'm gonna call it an inverse strain relief, or maybe a belly button strain relief. So I'm gonna have a hole that goes down into it, and it's gonna be curved in. And the idea is that the cable along the curve will only be able to bend so much before it hits the sidewall. So the maximum radius will be defined by the edge. So it shouldn't be possible for it to get a hard bend at a specific point. So I'm gonna go with that. Looking forward to seeing how this turns out now. Yeah. So I think that'll keep it inside as well, so it won't be super noticeable. So that's my plan. Sword painted silver would have seemed 200s would have seemed cooler in the 2000s. So, I mean, the TRS-80s were all like this. So, shot almost looks like a cursed cause in soft strip, yeah. Philistruder has been around for a while to turn random garbage. So, why not putting an IEC connector? I'm gonna just pretend that it won't fit. And the other reason is I don't have one that's this exact size, and mounting it would be a nightmare. And then the other thing is the computer already has cables that are just like hardwired coming out of it. So, you know, what's one more? What does it matter? Also, the whole thing is like the Battlestar Galactica in the final episode, and it's the spine is all broken and the machine is floppy. It's really bad. It's not a structurally sound machine. So when you pick it up, it kind of waves and bends a little bit. So no time ever is this like a good machine. So having a cable connector on there to, you know, make it better, it doesn't really matter. Does it actually work? Yes. It works enough that I need to solve this first before we start trying to diagnose any other problems. So, bolted on a slab of wood, genuinely, I might do something like that. I don't know. Glad they figured out that expansions like that were bad news. Oh, this is, Local H, this is the worst. Because these aren't just, like, they don't slap on the back. They're not like a PC Junior. Or something like that. No. These have card edge connectors that plug into IDC connectors on a ribbon cable that's down here. And then this rail, if I remember correctly, is actually adjustable, how far it goes into the machine. So the more things you need to slap in here, you pull this out more and then plug them in. Yeah, no, it's the worst. It is the single worst design for expansions that I am aware of for any computer. And then it uses the finest technology that shish kebabs can offer to hold it all together with skewers. And I'm not even kidding, that is exactly how you retain these. So, yeah, SMC-70, do not recommend. That's, yeah. So, we're dealing with broadcast equipment. Broadcast equipment is, no, it's actually not broadcast equipment, okay? I want to be straight up with that. Even though this is the Genlock model, it's not broadcast equipment. It is meant to be a microcomputer first. This was specifically designed with the direct intent of being sold to consumers in the United States. That was the only goal. Then they modified it to be, you know, capable of doing video nonsense. It was, if anything, meant to be in line with the Sony Profile products to high-end prosumers, which are just consumers, normal people, not meant to be used for video production initially.
I guess you have to buy longer skewers as you expand the machine. Now I know where the idea acorn used for the RISC.slice retaining pins came from. End of line.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Consider low-end broadcast adjacent. Yes. I mean, it is obviously meant to be used for some of that. But this is the SMC-70G, which was the broadcast version that came out later. The initial SMC-70 was purely a consumer-grade microcomputer. It looks like a great computer design if you don't know what great means, yeah. Public access, yes, exactly. So for the record, those of you who are not aware of how this works, these are layers that lift off, and surprise, there's another ribbon cable bus. And I can unplug the Genlock module, remove it, and then only have the drives on here, and then it is exactly the same as a non-G SMC-70. I'm not gonna do that because it's terrible inside of there. It's genuinely the worst thing I've ever seen. So I don't want to mess with anything that I don't have to, but that's in theory how it works. So, yeah. So yesterday we modeled this actual piece of plastic, mostly focusing on the right side so that we can start to design a mount for the power switch that I'm installing that I liberated from the battery that was also gutted before I got this thing, which I would have gutted anyway, so I don't mind that. Because the power switch is kind of unique. It's really frustrating. I'll get the dimensions up if anyone wants to challenge me on this, because I welcome the challenge. But finding a power switch that is the correct height and width for this is ridiculously difficult, because it also needs to sit proud like this. So when it's off, it's easy to turn it on, but then when it's on, it's difficult to turn it off because the rocker needs to be able to fit in there. So this one isn't even correct. I had to bend the mount points for it out more. That's why it's all wrinkled right there. so that I could get it flush, and then I'm going to mount this from the backside so that I can get this as close to the edge of the plastic as possible. But if anyone wants to try and find a switch that's like this, that can mount in here, I welcome the challenge yet again, because I couldn't find any. I did actually order some, but I got the measurements wrong, and they're like little tiny baby switches. Looks stock. I think you did a good job with the bends. I tried mostly to not fatigue the plastic and snap it. So, yeah. Is the keyboard any good? It's fine. I have no idea what the switches are. They're a switch kind of switch. I don't recognize that. And it doesn't say what it is on it. But for those of you who know and or care, that's what was underneath the Alt key. No, the Tab key. So yeah, that's one of them one switches that does some switching. I don't know if it's broken or not. Nope, it's just weird. Wait, is that a marking on the sides that say 6F? 5F. Or is it 6? I can't tell. I think it might be 6. I think it's 5. It's 5F. Whatever 5F is with what looks like little tabs. So, speaking of tabs, boom. There we go. Okay. I think we're good to start. So let's go ahead and do that. Real quick, before we go, I bet your keyboard doesn't have an emergency helicopter key. That's where they land in an emergency. That's why it's red. You gotta have that. All right, let's go over to the computer so we can do some work. All right. I have all the questions about what that key actually does. I'm going to guess it's F1. It's just help. All right. So, this is what we modeled yesterday. This is the plastic outer shell. The location and dimensions of the switch hole, the power grommet hole, and the two mount holes should be accurate, but who really knows? So, there is one thing I think I want to measure here that I did not, and that is the depth to a bezel around this, because I did not consider that yesterday. Everything else I'm pretty sure is completely flush and it doesn't matter. So, let's see. Colorblind helicopter pilots need not apply. Can you not see it at all? All right. So, depth-wise, that is... Hold on. Well, this is going to feel silly. How is that? That's 80.3 millimeters versus 82.8. So it's 2.5 millimeters thick? That doesn't sound right. I guess I can actually just measure the thickness. It's exactly 2 millimeters thick, that lip. Okay, let's just go with that. So, being harassed by the dogs on the scrolling corn tree, they want your coffee? Oh my gosh. I'm jealous I'm out of coffee. It's been that kind of morning. I already drank it all. Okay, so I need a 2 millimeter bezel. I don't know how I want to model that. I think I can measure the thickness of it too, because I can actually get this way in here. It is 2.7 millimeters thick around it. Okay. So if I do a this is gonna be stupid. I need a difference on these, and then a union on a cube that is equivalent to this, but just a little tiny bit bigger. So if I do Grom, let's say it's center, and we make the size Grom X plus 2.7 times 2. Y Y needs to be 4. And then Grom Y plus 2.7 times 2. And then the position, I don't think it's the same as that. I can test this, yeah. So, this is Z, not Y. There we go. Okay, so that's our frame. And then the position, I'm pretty sure is going to be wrong, but we need to slam that back. So let's just go with Grom underscore position dot X Y Z. Okay, now the Y actually needs to be size dot Y. So let's just try that to start. Let's try negative size dot Y and then maybe divided by 2. Divided by 2. That was not where I expected it to go. I needed it on the inside. Okay, hold on. I've not been keeping up on chat. Let's see. This is going to be stupid. Oh, no, it's not. Gosh. Or phrase free items this weekend contain a 4-piece 10mm socket set. That is amazing. Okay. Oh, I guess the Grom position X is correct because I'm doing it on center. Okay. The one thing that I'm not understanding is why this is on the outside. So size Y. I thought size was the inside. So I was doing size plus wall. Why is this not on the inside? If I do minus wall, if I do plus wall, there isn't a way to, like, measure 2 vertices in this, is there? I can't even imagine animating. That sounds like a nightmare. Have I set the controller to inverted? I do not know what you mean. My current concern / problem is that I can't tell if the outside is this size, which it should not be. It should be bigger. Or what? Because I don't believe that I should have to do the wall size spacing on this to get the center of this to be in line with the center of the blue wall. Because our subtraction is this, cube size. So why is that not correct? I have no idea what you mean by inverted. This is center. So the Z position should be center. If I do wall times 2, it should, yeah, that looks correct. Ooh, why is there, is that just Z fighting? Or I guess X and Y fighting? That's the correct position. But why was that the correct position? I'm concerned about that because...
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 48 months and says 4 years. Been a fun time. End of line.
Flare Spire. My gosh, that is 4 years. I was going to say, no, it isn't. Nope, that's 4 years. Wow, yeah. Thank you for the 48 months of tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Man, that's a long time. Best not to ask. It matters because I have to make this a physical thing that exists in the real world. Throw a thing on the what? I forgot about this feature. So that is all exactly what I'm expecting to see there. And then that. Yeah, that's exactly what I would expect. But why size center? I never... There we go. That's why. Wait a minute. Have I slightly screwed this up? How thick is the wall? It's 2.75. Maybe that's correct. Yeah, I think that's correct. So, I am shifting the cut cube forward to knock out this wall. That's why. It's probably fine. So we'll just hope for the best. Okay. Cool. All right, let's come up with a a thing. So, I need the mount locations for the 2 screws that go onto the switch, and then I need to come up with the shape for the strain relief for the cable, and then have 2 little loops over here for mounting, and then kind of hook everything together. So let's start with the switch. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the pitch between the 2 screw holes. .5 millimeters. That's almost like 42.5. OpenSCAD, the way the model can be rotated, illuminated in space in real time for CAD 8088, which is slow. You know, I mean, this part, yeah, that's impressive. I see no reason OpenSCAD could not be ported to an 8088. I mean, it might take it a while to calculate the unions and differences and stuff, but I think it could do it. Because it's not like there's that much complicated stuff. Rendering this would suck, but everything else I'm pretty sure it could do. Okay. Screw size is, I'm going to go with 3 millimeters. Which means the radius is 1.5. Okay. Why am I thinking about it that way? Because I want to put 2 posts coming out of this, essentially, that will be equivalent to the holes that we need. Took 2 minutes to open a wireframe model. Rendering. I have done 2D stuff on an 8088. It's pretty bad. So actually, I think I want to do all this down here. Because for what I want to do, I will actually want to do this module, and then this will be PSU shell negative. And then we'll call this. And then we're going to union the majority of what's in here. So the switch position, we're actually just going to stick this in there. What do you mean error? Unable to convert something to something? Why? What if I do this? Okay, that's acceptable. Why is that not? Ignoring unknown variable switch position. Oh, I screwed up. I put all of those in the... These are globals. Boom. There we go. Okay. So now that comes through there. I care kind of how big that is, though, for this one, so I don't think that I want that. What are we doing today? We are, what computers use to make Tron? A Cray. We're making a 3D printed frame that holds the parts for a power supply in a Sony SMC-70, and I'm making a custom power supply. This is in millimeters.
Moretti subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 45 months, currently on a 44-month streak. End of line.
Moonwire, thank you for the tier 1 sub there, and for 45 months. I appreciate that. Pretty sure it was a Cray, Ben. There's a whole issue of, well, there's not like the entire issue is dedicated to it, but there's an issue of Byte that talks quite a lot about it. I think it's a Cray. I might be wrong, but I know that would have the answer. Imagine doing engineering in inches. Yeah, I know, right? We only do PCB design in inches. Okay. I'm trying to get my brain to understand what I'm thinking. Inches are just a strange way to write down millimeters. It's whatever the unit is that makes the most sense. Since this was designed in Japan, probably going to be metric. Wonder what they use for the workstations? Terminals? I actually don't know how you interface with a Cray. So that's a good question. I'm going to guess vector terminals. And then they have some kind of crazy fancy pants monitor render doodad for the actual film production. Yeah, rich files, that's why. That's the only reason why. If not designed in the US, then it's millimeter. But is it, though? When you're doing 2.54 millimeters, is it really in millimeters? Just say Vectorworks. I was saying that the terminals used for the Cray to render Tron were probably vector terminals. Okay, hold on. Let me. I'm having a difficult time conceptualizing what exactly it is I'm trying to design. So let me kind of ghetto-CAD this for a second. Okay. We have. Where's the tool thing? Why is it there? Bad GIMP. Stop losing your UI elements. Okay. So we have a corner of a box. Look at it. It's all box cornery. Okay. Over here, we have a hole. And then in the hole, we want to put a cable. There goes the cable. Over here, we have a switch hole thing. Okay. So, and then over here, we have two random holes. So the switch itself must mount completely flush against this. And the screws have to go into a part that does not go in between that and that. So we basically need two wings that go up above like that and like that have holes in them, but that there is a tiny gap between them and the actual side of the chassis. And then the switch slides, the switch will actually screw to these. So then that, it's going to be so weak. Well, hold on. I don't have the phone set up for this. Krita and GIMP are not even remotely the same. They're really not interchangeable. Okay. There we go. Okay. So, this needs to mount completely flush up against the wall like that. And we're going to put the screws into the back. So there can be thickness here. And then that has to be, here's where I'm saying it's weak. I'm going to have to push against this from the outside. So what I could do is there's unlimited clearance around the outside here. I could have it be like a chunky thing that goes around the outside, and then there's like a slot that goes down, kind of like the feet from the 16500B that I removed. Oh, I put them on the SIGGEN, so I can't actually look at them. But have a hole that goes down. So I can have more material sticking up, and then it will press against that more material, and then that can have like a filleted edge that goes around the side to distribute the pressure more evenly. Yeah, I'm designing an inner box so the switch goes on, yeah, in the inner box like that. But I still have to be able to get the screws from the inside. That's the problem. So, hold on, let's just do this in Blender really quick. Let's upgrade the Ghetto CAD. Okay. So, face select. Extend, extend, grab Z, up, grab Y, go. Okay. And then there's like a hole in there. So what I can do Dude, I never remember what the key is for adding stuff now, because I swear they changed it. Add mesh, not a plane, add mesh. Cube. This is where this sucks without having a numpad. Okay, so if we have kind of this, And then there's a hole here and a hole here that goes through. So if I select that, mesh, transform, I forget exactly where they hid subdivide now. W, Control W, Shift W, none of that's what I want. Vertex, edge, subdivide, there we go. Okay. And then vertex, no, edge, subdivide, that'll work. So if we do something along the lines of this, and then just pretend that that's not right angle, something like in TT Live work, hold on. Kind of, but the like 90 degrees. So let me finish this out. So just pretend that this is down here as well. You know what I could do? Not move those. And then oh gosh, I just did all the stupid things there. Boom. So if we have that with a hole in the center there, we have all of this support material around the outside like that. There's no reason this couldn't come around all the way as well, so maybe I do that. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason not to. So this can just extend, and then just pretend. Boop, that's all one solid P. Don't worry about that. So we do that, the switch slots in there. No, the switch gets inserted from this side. So the switch goes on the face. There are holes there. We put the screws in from the back. And then that's solid enough to hold it. Okay. And then there is the thing over here. Oh, there's a way of just deleting only faces. There we go. So we just cut a hole in that. So then we have this extend out. Whoa. Like that. Except that it probably won't be directly up against it. Like, you know, let's just do this. Extend. Extend. Okay. So it's like that. And then this is actually going to be a little bigger. There has to be enough clearance for the switch, which is just straight up not going to be a problem, I think. And then we cut a hole in that, and then on this side, this is the wonky thing where it's going to be real weird. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do it. It'll be easier to model in OpenSCAD, actually, because I don't know exactly how to do it here. It's going to be complicated Boolean nonsense here. But there'll be a hole, and then there'll be a well that goes into it. Like if you look up a image of a black hole affecting gravity and you see it go down in, it's going to be like that. Make a switch on its own little boxes, slide clip in place. No. That's the problem. There is nothing in there. What ends up happening is then there are two screw holes way over here, and that's the only thing that everything is going to mount to. I might, if I can get it aligned well enough, have the, this. I might be able to have this stick out here or fill in this area if I can get the measurements accurate enough so that this can be some support as well, not just the screw posts. So then this, when I go to push the switch, will actually push against this piece of plastic right here, which would be extremely strong. So that is kind of the idea. I need to translate the force of the switch that, gosh, it has to go in like that. I need to translate that force into this side wall of plastic. Well, that does actually get in the way just a little bit. That's going to be fun to deal with. That's going to make this kind of difficult. Okay, cool. Fun. Love that. Okay, so that's rough idea. So, yeah, I need a void for the switch. And then have screw holes. And then design that shape. Okay. So the void for the switch, that's 100% guaranteed. Like that. It does not necessarily need to go that far back out, though. So let's do... Okay, now Y, let's say is 15. That's the wrong one. That's also the wrong one. There we go. Nice thing is you can always file the clearance. Yeah, well, if I make it too small, then it won't work. So I'd have to print another one that's bigger. So yeah, I can slightly oversize it. Why make the switch thingy separate? I'm not planning on making it separate. The switch and the grommet are all going to be one piece. I don't know how I'm going to incorporate the mount for the power supply yet, the AC to DC converter. There's a chance that I'll add a thing on here that sticks out like this, and then is just down like that or something. It's like, actually, it can't screw on top. That's the part of the problem. I really don't know how I'm going to hold the power supply. Maybe it's not like that. Maybe it's like this, where it wedges up against something over here. So there'll be a hole there for the cable, and then it just pushes up against it. This sucks. This is complicated. If I manage to pull this off, this is going to be a miracle. There's so many dimensions that have to be correct. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, let's add the holes for the screws, I guess. Okay, this is gonna be wonky, but we're gonna do some stuff. The original part we're getting paid well. So the original part, I guarantee, was easier. There was no funky, complicated printed piece in the original part. In the original part, there was a PCB mounted here, I suspect, that just goes along, and then this switch was just right angle. So this height was just the height of the right angle. That's what I suspect. And that this was also, was either like I bet it was just a grommet, just plastic. And then the cable just like whoop and went through it. And then they had some square grommet that went in there that just fit. So right angle thing, square grommet. That's what I bet they had. No bent metal frame that everything mounted on. Yeah. You're saying it's a bent metal frame? I mean, maybe. It would be pretty easy to do a single sheet metal L-bend there to accommodate the switch. But then it would have to poke out a lot. Like these tabs would have to be bent almost completely flat. And then the grommet would have to, there would still have to be a grommet. I don't know that I would want this 3D scanned. Like, I don't know how well 3D scanning would work in this case, because it's a complicated shape down in there. L-shelf security using scrolls. That's, I mean, maybe that's an option. I'm still voting PCB with right angle connector. Unfortunately, there's just nothing like information-wise on this machine. Sony SMC-70. Like, literally looking up anything about this is almost impossible. That's pretty bad when yesterday's stream is one of the top hits. Yeah, no one has really documented the inside of one of these. What we got going on here with this? That's, yeah, not really doing a lot. I remember this photo because I was sad that someone got it and I wanted one badly. Yeah, they're saying squat about these things, man. Also, fun fact. This is the non-G SMC-70. The power supply is different. So even if I had that power supply, it actually would not work. It's mostly down to the G just having a beefier... Oh, there we go, grommet. That's the most useful image so far. That is not the resolution that the image indicated that it was here. Hold on. Okay. So yeah, plastic grommet. Ooh, it's flat mount. Wait a minute. So there's a piece here that can't extend all the way because there's vents. So yeah, still something mounted to the rear through those. No idea what's going on there. But yeah, there's the grommet, but that is definitely another piece inside. So it's not a square grommet. It is a standard circle grommet. Huh. And there's the power switch. We can see it being flush as the machine is on. Man, it's such a cool power switch. I really like it. I'm not aware of these. Ooh. Those are pretty. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I don't think... Oh, boxes. Yeah, that's it. There's no photos of the inside. So as far as I know, until I did the streams on this thing, there have been no images of the inside at all, which really sucks for me because I'm not 100% sure that the inside of mine is wired correctly, but that's, you know, a different problem. Yay. All right. Guess we metal box containing RF filtering. Switch in. Ooh, RF filtering. I hadn't considered that part. So you're thinking a discrete power supply module inside, essentially, that goes up into that corner and then gets screwed into the back. That could make sense. Flare Spire, I wouldn't say it's going to keep the OS functioning. They don't send new updates through that. They just provide the existing XP updates that were already there. So it's not... I think they fixed the root certs as well, which are custom, but that just means that you can pass SSL. That's it. It's not like patching the operating system against new exploits or anything. It's still super cool, but like, don't get the wrong expectations from it. On the other hand, I am a proponent of Windows XP just being fine on the internet. You're not going to have problems. As long as you don't do anything stupid, it's not going to be an issue. All right, well, I'm going to keep on trucking here. X, Y, Z. Okay, so it's the last one. 0, 0. This divided by 2. And then I don't want it to rotate along X. I want it to rotate along Y. And then the radius needs to be this. And then we can do another one that is minus that. Now, in theory, we should get 2 posts above and below that square. And in practice, I screwed something up. Oh, I didn't add this. Oh, if I hadn't got the syntax wrong, it would have worked. Okay, so those are the holes that are going to get cut for mounting the screws. Stripping which site? Legacy update? Oh, World Radio History. Yeah, no, World Radio History for sure. An SMC-70 schematic. Intriguing. Is this a service manual? What is this? Why are there 8,000 pages? What is page 1? Why are there schematics like buried in the middle of this random magazine? What? Hold on, I want that TV. Okay, well, SMC-70 374? Yeah, so that's that. I understand program listings, but no one's gonna like clone the SMC-70. I have never seen a straight hex listing. That's insane. What? I do not understand this magazine at all. Okay, let's just go through the things, I guess. What is this? Okay, I'll let that load in the background. What are they doing on this? Video solitaire, that makes sense. Or video poker, I guess. Okay. Ooh, that's more than I've ever seen from anyone else. Oh, is this the Genlock? These might be critical photos for me. Especially this one. Yeah. Hold on. I'm saving that. We've done all that, that's nothing. Dude, that looks like a baller version of Defender. Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any photos of the internals of the power supply. But this might really, really, really help. So for me, there is a loose SMA connector in this area, if I remember correctly. Or it might be a loose, it's some kind of loose connector that's like metal on the outside, if I remember right. And I have no idea where it goes. I don't see anything that looks like that here, though. So that's a little concerning. But I will be referencing this. Absolutely. Why such weird schematics? Okay, that's not an SMC-70 anymore. I don't understand this magazine. Like, if I just go to some random page here, is this still going to be... Well, it's just ads. I don't get it. Okay, more random hex dumps. What? Oh, okay, we're done now. We're out. First picture on the other side. I don't think so. Oh, that sucks. They're missing a key. That's awful. I feel for them. That is terrible. Because they're never going to find that. Okay. That's it. That's the power supply right there. Okay, so it was a discrete box. Now we know. I thought this was just some card that was gutted or something because it's in there. It's possible that this was the front of the power supply. And then this is the module that goes inside. Okay. Yeah, maybe I need to reframe how I'm thinking about this. Maybe I should be thinking about it in terms of making a box that mounts inside. Although it's still, like, the power switch, that's a huge problem. I really don't think I should try and bend the tabs out anymore on it. So, yeah. And we need to fill the space as much as possible. Because there's not a lot of room. So yeah, that's it. That's the answer though. So it's just straight up box that's mounted to the back. And then there's the venting. Okay. Oh, there's a guy like a. Sorry, blah. Not a weird, like, chainmail sleeve that's rusting. And Darkster, no, not all 80s magazines had full schematics of commercial machines in them. That is not normal. It's stupid, but it's actually kind of useful to see what fasteners I'm missing. Unfortunately, these are wonky weirdo ones, so I'm never going to be able to replace those. Oh, there's their battery module. No, it's not. What is that, RAM? Something disk unit. Never mind, I don't know anything. All right, yeah, we're done. Okay. I have no idea what it is, Darkstar. I don't read Japanese, and I'm not going to study the schematics to try and reverse engineer it. Okay. So yeah, we need space for the switch to stick out, and then the screw mounts. So now we can put a thing here. These don't need to be this long, though. So let's make these cylinders slightly shorter. Say 10. Let's make it 20. There we go. Okay. Funky screws are Torx flathead combo. Yeah, they seemed like it. They are weird. So yeah, I'm never going to be able to replace those exactly. At best I'll be able to do is just find like nitrile black coated Allen wrench screws. Which kind of would make sense to just standardize the whole machine on that. Okay. I want these here. And now let's make the, well, from this direction it's going to look like a spike, but let's figure this out. This is going to be a thing. Grab those from spare screw jar. That is funny. All right, let's work on a weird shape now. I need to look at the 2D stuff. Oh, I thought I had the cheat sheet open in the background. It's time for some 2D stuff. Can you do unions and differences on 2D? That is the question. So let's start out with a square. So let's just go ahead and comment this out for the moment. Square. Boom. Okay. Whoa. I regret holding shift. Okay. Why does that not center it? Is there a view center? Boom. There we go. Okay. Now, circle. Boom. Okay. And then let's make this 5. No, save. Why did it... Does this support the weird... Oh, it does support the shortcuts for what you call it. Okay, now, difference Will it do Booleans on 2D? Oh my gosh, it does. Oh, that's gonna be nice. Okay. 10, we're gonna get rid of the FN while we're here, by the way. Actually, let's do this. 10, boom, and then let's just add this up here. I actually prefer 48. All right. Now, 2D to 3D extrusion. We need a radial extrude. Rotate extrude. Yes, this is it. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous making that thing. Okay, let's just start with this. That's that's trippy. Wait, where's the edge? That's a bowl shape. Just subtract a small cylinder from a big cylinder? That's not the shape I'm trying to make. This isn't either. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, hold on. I need this here. Boom. That's the shape I want. Okay. So now... I'm sorry, this is kind of fun. Well, Barry Beans, thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you have a good day. Okay, this is a really, really fun shape. I am enjoying this way too much. The way that it shades it and everything is just kind of crazy. Okay, so what I want from here is a cube. And let's just go with 20, 20, 20, 20. Okay. And then we'll see center equal true. And then this. Okay, and then that weird shape should be somewhere in there. And we're going to just difference that. Difference. Boom. That's what I want. We're going to F6 because that'll do a for realsies math. Boom. Modeling wormhole entrance? Essentially, yes. Okay. So, that's the shape that I want. That is the rigid material strain relief. So the cable comes out of this just in the same way this axis plot does. And because this is round like that, the maximum angle that the cable can be pulled to is the radius of this curve. So it's impossible for the cable to ever be pulled really tight like a direct 90-degree bend. This is strain relief in a solid shape. So then we cut a hole in the center of this. That is the diameter, radius, whatever, of the cable. And then I'll make like a little wiggle thing that holds it in place in the back, or maybe I'll just tie a knot in the cable. So yeah. But that's the shape that I want. I need to stop holding shift. Okay. But what I should probably do here is make this a module. Module. No strain relief, just bend relief. Yes. Hello, Raiders, and welcome. My apologies. I have no idea how to pronounce your name. But I hope you had a good stream, and welcome. We are currently 3D modeling let me do this here and then get rid of this. We are currently 3D modeling the power supply from a Sony SMC-70, which I have over here, and then the computer itself is just chilling out right there. My power supply was gutted before I got it for some reason, and I have the parts to rebuild it, but there's no way for them to mount in there. We found out just a few minutes ago that the original power supply was a metal box that mounted in here that just screwed in place. So the original setup was really easy. I have a switch that I need to mount over here, and then I have a power cable that I need to somehow retain and create a grommet to hold it in place over there. So I'm trying to design something. I'm going to 3D print that goes into there. Artie, okay, Artie. So I just finished the design of the cable bend strain relief, whatever, block, and I'm going to make that a module now that I can customize the size of to have over here. And we're then getting close to being able to start modeling the actual 3D printable part. I'm creating all of the negatives that I need to be able to cut out of the model first. That way I don't have to think about the positions there. Okay. Wrong screen. That's true. Click. This is the 3D model. That is the prototype design for the strain relief there, and then we're going to essentially put that rotated 90 degrees over here with the cable coming out of it. So let's work on making this a module so that I can define a size. Module strain. Okay. So we'll have a radius. This should always be 90 degrees. There's never a reason for it not to be 90 degrees. So the only value I need, I think, is the radius. R. So this should be R times 2. R times 2, R times 2, R, R, and R. Okay. 8.7 so it doesn't get stuck? What do you mean stuck? Okay. I want to put this up here. Now I should be able to do something along, well, this is actually not a negative model, metal machining. Oh. Let's just do this for right now. Back to 10. That should work. Yep. So now if I make it 20 bigger, perfect. Okay. So I want it to be the size of the grommet. So grom X. Grom X. That is too big, divided by 2. We're gonna, I can't not do this. Hold on. This is gonna drive me crazy. No, is that too small? There we go. Now, how many zeros can I add? That's too many zeros. Right there, that's the smallest. Now we don't have Z fighting. Okay. Okay. Can I do ifs? Is that a thing? It is a thing. Okay, hold on. This is cube. Okay, so cube, and then that. All right. Now, if clip does not equal 0, we will add an additional cube whose size is 3R. And is positioned down minus by clip amount. So I can save that, and then this 10. Okay. Why didn't it clip though? If, oh, because that goes there. Boom. Now we can cut the hole in that shape. Did holders get it inside? First print was in minutes as it was already preheated? Yeah. Thinking about the original design. I'll bet you the switch was just mounted on spot welded rivet standoffs on the inside of the metal case. Yeah, I could see that. What is this? Is that the... that? No. Where's this slight down happening? Clip 0. That's dead center. Clip 5. Not 50, 5. Why is 5 not good? 1. 10. Okay, this is wonky. translate R minus clip divided by 2. -2, make it spicy. Okay, that I think puts it on the exact spot. Now if I make this 15, no. Not divided by 2. I just had a realization. This is not an acceptable shape. Let me make clip bigger or smaller, and I can demonstrate why. That's just gonna cut it. What I need to do is we need we need outer radius and inner radius, and then it needs to be a 90. So it should only be right there on this. So we need 2 diameters. So it's radius in and out. So let's make this. Let's just measure the thickness of the cable. Get a real number. It's 6.7. So let's just make it 7. Oh, okay. There is no clip. That's not needed at all. Ouch, Jason. CAD is going well, though. RI and RO. Yeah, I'm not surprised I didn't like that. Just get rid of that. The PS2 battery get delivered? Yes, it is here. Actually, it's going to be RO. Not R0. What's wrong with me? And this is... Yeah, this gets wonky. This is RI, this is RO. Let's not have that for now. I have the difference, and then just have this shape and not have this either. So each flat face to gain a chamfer. Basically what I need for the cut shape is a cylinder with a fillet to a flared base, effectively. So I think is there a fillet? Because if I just put a circle on a cylinder, that might actually be easier. I don't know if it does anything like that. Make the end diameter, the cable diameter. That's what the radius I is. That's the inner one. So effectively, this cylinder is the cable diameter. Actually, though, I made it too big. Divided by 2. Why did that not change size? Because I'm probably using the wrong value. Oh, that's R. All right. There we go. Whoa, that's wonky, but we're getting closer. Okay. What's my opinion about wire wrapping? That my opinion doesn't matter in that I've never done it, so I don't have an opinion on it. Other than I would never choose to wire wrap. Okay, if I hide that, okay. All right, circle, okay, let me think about this. Is that 50 or is that 5? No, that's 20. Okay. So that's 10. That's like 8 something. Let's make these nice, easy numbers. Inner, 10. Outer, 20. There. So that's correct. I don't know why it's so tall, but that's correct. I'm going to show them on eBay and buy it. Okay, so now I can extend that. Okay. Get rid of this FN thing. There, that's better. It's not as pretty, but that's fine. If I wanted it to be pretty, I can just change this to 96. Boom. Okay, now square. I think we can just change to be rectangle. It doesn't actually have to be square. Somewhere. 2D, square. I think we have X and Y, yeah. Okay, so I have no idea what shape it is. Let's just try this. X, Y, see what we get. That's wrong. Wait, is it an array? Yeah, stupid arrays. Basically, I just need to shave this top part off. That is good enough. Okay. All right, so in theory, if I change the inner, that's not quite correct. No. So if I do that, it's a dish, right? No. What? Why? Let me get rid of the cylinder. Okay, it's a dish. I need to translate the circle out. Do I? Hold on. Circle. Does it get translated out? RO? The radius inner is 5. Ugh. Actually, I think I just stumbled onto an easier way to think about this. Hold on. X radius outer Y is radius inner. Yeah. Translate the circle out. And then the cylinder. No, but what's this? What radius is the circle? Is it outer minus inner? But then that's too big. And then RO again? Yeah. Okay, I don't know how we're ending up with this then. Is it RO minus RI for the height? And then that's correct? That's the shape? So 15. I think I'd have that fixed height, right? Yeah, well, it's that. RO minus RI. How about just RO translate 0, 0, RI minus minus RO minus RI there. And then we do RO times 2. Times 2. You know what? It's fine without the additional. Okay. Yeah, this is strain relief for the power cable. It's necessary, or else we just cut the cable. Wait, why is that? Oh, why is that gonna float out in the middle of nowhere now? This is killing me. Okay, the cube is RO minus RI tall. And the cylinder is half RO. So now if I make this, let's say this, okay, but it needs to go plus R0 divided by 2. Oh my gosh. I prefer OpenSCAD. That's it. That's it. Oh, I'm realizing that's probably partly underneath of the video. My apologies. Okay. Let's do this. RO times 2. That's the center. First, we need to subtract RO. That puts the top of this here. Then, wait, is that it? Oh, that's it. Just half of RO. That would have been acceptable. I really wish I liked FreeCAD. I really, really wish I liked FreeCAD. I never get along with FreeCAD. It has the weirdest possible workflow out of any software I have ever used. I don't think there is a single program that I just bounce off of harder that I've ever used than FreeCAD. Every time. Okay. So now we're going to difference this from the cube Okay. So it's in there, but that's not what I want. So the height is RI up. That's where the height of that is. So we need to go up by RO minus RI, I believe. So translate RO minus RI. Let's just do this. No. Could just move the cube down. Minus RO. Yeah, that's too much though. Minus RO plus RI. That did not do it. What? Where's the cylinder? Oh, we're cutting the cylinder out. Minus RI? Why is it minus RI? If I change RI, that stays consistent. Okay, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Are we printing yet? I'm pretty sure I said yesterday that we would not be printing today. Really wish I could use FreeCAD. Check back in to see whether they've added options to make constraint icons not too small to see, configurable in color. That is pretty bad. They really don't have configurable color schemes? I don't even have it installed. Oh, I have an app image. Yay. Well, I have a love-hate relationship with app images. I like them more than I do flat packs. I guess it's the UI. Yeah, those are fixed icons, I guess. Yeah. There would have to be a different icon set. And I guess they're just like CGI win or whatever. Yeah, that sucks. There is no icon set that you can pick. I was wondering, I'm pretty sure GIMP, for example, allows you to pick an icon set, right? Icon, theme, color. Yeah. Actually, that's so much better. Oh my gosh. Yeah, something like that. That's what it needs. Like, why doesn't it have that? That's so much better. That needs the opposite, though, obviously. But yeah. Oh my gosh, color. That's so much better. That's... And yes, it's Kubuntu, not KDE Plasma, the distro, which I think is named that. Okay. So with this, we can just move up RO minus RI. And then it will be centered. No, it is not. Oh my gosh. This is killing me. Not just RO. No. Minus RI divided by 2. It's not that. Okay, yes. KDE Plasma is the name of a distro. There's just so many weird KDE viewer things. Sketcher. Hold on. I am willing to investigate this on Ben's behalf since I have this here. preferences. Oh wait, do I have to go to the Sketcher tab first? Hold on, Sketcher. Let's just make a new sketch. Boom. Sure, whatever. Okay, so now we have this. And then edit, preferences, Sketcher, display, or Sketcher appearance. Okay, I think what Ben is talking about is the buttons up here though. Not in the UI. So what Ben is saying, let's say I screenshot this and I export this to GIMP. And then we're going to color level filter. Let's say you have a red deficiency. The buttons just disappear. Oh, you are talking about in plane. Okay, so edit. Let's just add a thing. Okay, so we have those. Okay, edit, preference, Sketcher, appearance, constraint symbols. Like this bright green. Dimensional constraint, magenta. Okay. That did in fact change them in there. Okay. And then we can probably change the background color. That might also be a universal thing. But you can change the constraint colors, it looks like, that are rendered in the window. Font size changes the size on those. That is nice. Okay. It's only be about 5 times. Well, it looks like that is possible too. So preferences, we can just crank up font size like crazy. Boom, now they're huge. And so is this text. All right, Ben, it's now on you. You got to go learn how to use this so that I can then lean on you to learn how to use it. Have fun. Good luck. Back to the software that I can pull my hair out in ways I understand. That was definitely not apparent back in 2023. I think there have been some pretty big updates since 2023. Was that when we were working on the Hydro Thunder stuff? I feel like that was 24 though. For kicks, I want to change these values. 30. It's looking good. Okay. We're definitely not centering the cube. Actually, you know, I think more than center, I think I would rather have it actually be on the edge, the flat plane. Wait, RI is just exactly what I needed to center it, though. RI minus RO. Yeah, so if I do that, that might actually make more sense. Why is model glitching? Z fighting. If I press F6, it won't do it, but then it takes a lot longer to compute. That'll work. That's perfect. Okay, so now we can do cable R equal 7 divided by 2. Cable R, and then, what was it, Grom X Grom X divided by 2. Symbol error. But oh. Boom. So that is now the correct size. Except I'm going to add a negative filter. Where we output just this, essentially. Now, how do I want to do this? I think I can do this. That changes nothing. Yeah. And then neg equals false. If neg equal false. And then true. Boom. Perfect. Wait, the cylinder's missing. Union, that'll work. Okay. Although I probably care about the height of this now. Because now that's too big. The height is RO. Minus RO divided by 2. That's not reaching the same spot. Screw it. We'll just keep it huge, whatever. That's fine. Okay. So now, after all of that, I can do this. I can get the Grom position. The rotate 90, but we're going to take the ones from the posts. And then this, and then boom. There we go. That was only ridiculous. I'm not quite sure why the Grom position is not exactly where I want it. We'll figure this out a different way. Grom underscore position dot X. Y is the one we want to be funky. We'll probably just do the size, whatever thing that the other one was. Z, and then this is size wall, right? Whatever that was. Where is that? You know what, just size dot y, that's wrong, minus divided by 2, and then it'll be plus, actually not plus wall. We want this on the outside. Now think about it. I keep doing the shift thing. View, center. But I also don't really want it to be centered. I want it centered over here. Yes, that is what I want. That's perfect. Okay. Now let's start designing the shape for the bracket. Okay. I'm gonna go with the tried and true method of tying a knot on the cable instead of putting the like little squiggled thing in there, because I really don't feel like making this more complicated than it needs to be. Like a lot. So we're not gonna design that any more than we absolutely have to. And we got loads of clearance there, so we're gonna be good. Okay. Module. Bracket. There will be a big union with a difference between it and the shell, but we'll probably want to see that. Let's just put a cube in here. Cube. 10. Boom. Why is that not working? Because we're not calling bracket. Boom. Okay. All right. That also acts as basic RF noise killer. Also, yes. Seriously? You know what I could do? I could get a ferrite bead and put it in there. I think I have one somewhere, but I don't know where it is that I could add to it, but that's like a genuine thing I could do. It's not very good, but it does help. That's hilarious. Okay. All right, so let's make a cube that is post A. You know what? These values don't matter. let's set up translate first. We're going to not center this one, but, oh, it's perfect. It goes that way. Beautiful. Okay. Translate along X. Size dot X divided by 2. Where'd it go? Cube 10, whatever. There. Okay, I still don't see it. Cube 100. There it is. Okay. Minus. Okay.
ANGRYK9 has subscribed at tier 2. They've subscribed for 12 months. And says 1 year later and I can't think of anything witty to say about it. End of line.
Angry K9, thank you for the tier 2 sub there. I really appreciate that. And for 12 months. I am very appreciative of all of that. Thank you so much. 1 year, that's a good time. That's a lot. It's been going on for a while. Okay, plus, actually not plus wall. I don't want a plus wall because I want it to go in so that we get some of this this thing going on. So that's now sticking through, but what I will do is, let's say I want +1. That way there's a 1 millimeter gap between this and that. Okay. So now I want the height to be the same as this screw post. So we will translate up, screw, actually, it's going to be, let's just eyeball this because it really doesn't matter. We got everything else correct. 10, 15. Boom-ish. Okay. So we're going to make the X 50, and then the depth, let's leave that at 10 for now. And then the height we'll make 15. Make this 80. Beautiful. So if I remove the visibility thing, we can start to see how it cuts out the shape. So now I can do this, and then let's make a cube that extends up. I am really good at holding shift and screwing that all up. Actually, we can't just make this extend all the way down. Think about it. Rather than go up by 15, let's go down by 15. It said down by 15. Let's get rid of this one for right now. Let's go down by 25. Let's go down by 35. That'll work. And then up by 55. 75. That's too much. 65. Okay. Now again, disable rendering that. We can start to see how this is going to work. What is that? That's so wonky. Let me do an F6 render. What does that look like with F6? I haven't said this out loud. I'm going to clean this up in Blender after the fact. That is the plan. Well, bracket progress, yeah. So I think you guys didn't share the vision for how this was going to work, because I was setting up all of the boring stuff in front or at the start, and now it's just like, bam, there it is. It's done. I want the part that goes over these to be, I want this to be on, to be probably 2 millimeters thick. Yeah. So 2. And then I don't want it to be that big. So let's start out with that. This I want to be more like 40. Beautiful. How much of that gets in the way of the switch mount? So far, 0. What I may do here is add an additional block that represents the chunky body of the switch, because I don't have that accounted for. But I wasn't really planning on filling in this area. I was just going to make some filleted rails that kind of went up like that. Maybe they could. Well, no, not really. I don't know. I'm probably just going to go around the outside and then have this be like a whole frame here. I could actually increase the size of this cube to better do that. But I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Because again, the switch mounts on the outside of this and then goes in. So we're going to have a fill block down there, and then there'll be a fill block up here to add strength. There is literally no reason they couldn't go like way far out too. So probably just do that. Okay, I think this can go up a little more. Yeah, no, it mounts on the outside. So essentially, as long as I leave this all open there, it's fine. So some along those lines. Actually, it looks pretty good there. So let's say, let me just make that 15. Okay. So again, there's no reason I can't just have one that connects everything over there. So let's start this. Although, it's not like adding anything between there actually adds any strength. There's not really a reason to connect those. So let's just add something above and below. So rather than being, let's start on the bottom. So instead of being 2 millimeters thick and 40 tall, it's going to be, well, stay 40 tall actually, but it will be 5 millimeters and then 80 long. So effectively that. And then same thing here, 80, and it will be 5, and then we will add 25. Boom. So that's it. That's all we need. It will. So, okay, let me, so you're saying, as I'm pressing down, say, up here, it will torque those. So adding a wall that comes down here will add some strength for that. Okay, I can do that. It doesn't really hurt anything to do that. So I can box that in there. So if I grab, let's say, this one down here, and instead of being 80, it's 15. Let's make this 25 so I can start to visualize this. Okay. So instead of being 40, let's make this 10. And then this is plus 30. And then 65. All right. I think in theory that's it. Yeah, so that'll be good, chunky, yeah. So all of the stuff that we did for the last 4 hours of work between the 2 days was to just get it so I don't have to think about where all the holes go, because now I can just do that and then just boom, done. Because it automatically cuts all of the holes out of whatever I put in here. That was the entire objective. Now what I think I will do here is I will make some variables for this so I can adjust it. So bracket width equal 80. So 80, 80, 80. Now if I want to make this 90, which I think I do, I can just adjust that. Actually, I might just want it to be 85. That looks appropriate. The more it sticks over that way, the more it collides with the DC power supply. So that's not good. I'm going to add the funky, fancy stuff in Blender, the like fillets or whatever. Because, ugh, that sounds like a nightmare to do here. So then bracket depth will be, it's like I settled on 40. If I set that to 50, okay. This one is 65 tall. Is that right? Yeah. So brace equals 10. Depth minus brace, and then brace. So now if I want the brace to be 20, there we go. Probably won't even need fillets, so it would print fine. I'm only gonna add fillets, like, let's be real, there's no reason for this to be full square. That's just gonna make it take longer to print. So I'm gonna like fillet this out like back here, or maybe cut this like a hole in it or something. That's what I'm talking about. I'm gonna add speed holes for printing. I'm also gonna shrink down this wall size here. So if I get rid of this, so we can see the size of this square, I'm gonna grab those vertices and then I'm just gonna shrink those down in a bit so it's guaranteed to fit if there's some expansion. I'm also going to grab this wall and I'm going to pull that whole wall in by about 1 millimeter, I would say. Maybe a little more. That way this thing fits in there correctly. I don't need this to be perfect. I only need one to exist in the world because no one else has this problem. And even if someone else had this problem, my solution is not relevant because they may or may not have the switch ripped out of the battery box, which is the only thing that mounts on this. Now the question, how do I print this? I think the only answer is vertically. I think it has to sit on the platter exactly like this. Well, maybe, gosh, it's this part. This is what sucks. This is the worst part to print. But this absolutely must exist. I think I print it upright and let this be layers. And then there's going to have to be supports all over. Oh my gosh, supporting that's going to suck. Oh man, nah, we're filleting that. I don't want to have to support all of that. We'll get, no, so this switch, these were straight up and then bent 90. I bent them out like that so that I could make this stick out more. This was not, these were brackets were not shaped this way initially. I bent these. So there is no other switch with this exact mount spacing on the planet. Just make the grommet hole flush and print it face down. So if I do that, we lose the mechanical support. Yeah, we lose the mechanical support that this will provide against, like, I actually want to make these screw holes a little bigger. I will probably do that. And then I'm hoping that this can be what actually takes the force of the switch. That's why I want this to completely fill in that space. Print on the switch face. Ugh. Okay, so that solves those overhangs. This is identical no matter what. Is my printer even big enough? This isn't that big. It's going to be about, like, it's only this. It's like the size of an apple. Yeah, it'll fit. Print a slice and glue it to that. That won't have the shear strength, though. No. I'm not printing this. I'm printing a piece that goes inside of this. Yeah, so it goes inside, the switch mounts to the outside of this so that it can stick out of the switch bracket there. And then there is a grommet that it's going to fill in there for cable strain relief. And then it gets screwed in over here. With CA, that'd be plenty strong and shear. Maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think if this is it, if this is good enough. Just thinking about printing ease. Yeah, I understand. We're not printing this today, for the record. Especially not if we're printing it in this orientation. So the problem with printing it in this orientation is that this axis, the vertical axis, is the slowest one. So that will make it take forever. Printed at a 45 with supports. That's just going to make every side horrendous. If I print it this way, I could almost get away without supports. This bottom lip is a problem. I don't know about this. I feel like this might actually survive without supports. The software will probably want to add them though. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna cut up in Blender, Philip. So I'm gonna dice this up so that there's holes in it, so that we don't have to print that much material. I'm actually gonna make this more truss shaped though. Make bottom and top taper away from the switch. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Oh, you're saying add fillets here, essentially. Yeah. That's a Blender task. Here, let me do that. F6. First off, save, file, export, STL. I don't know why I put this in a Git repo. Like I said, literally no other person on the planet needs this. Okay. Can I drag and drop STLs in? I don't remember if that's allowed. I feel like it wasn't before, but now it is. Okay, it looks like it's still not. Oh, I was in edit mode. It may not do that in edit mode. Yeah, it's not allowed. File, import. Why do I have to pick a file extension there? What does it matter? SMC-70. Boom. Okay. So, one bracket that's like way offset, but it doesn't matter. G, there. Okay. So, now, what I can do is go, man, this thing really made a mess of stuff. Okay, hold on. We're going to select this, delete, dissolve edge. Okay, so now we have a face that's a quad. And then we can add, edge, subdivide. Maybe not like that. You know, does anyone know how to bring up ye old-fashioned subdivide dialogue? Because I swear you used to be able to pick the axes that you subdivide along, and I only want like one axis of subdivision here because I'm just going to pull it out. Blender subdivide. Also, so I don't forget, let me, holy moly, that's a lot of vertices. Wireframe. We want all of that. I don't want faces, I want vertices. All of this, and then GX. There we go. Okay. Tools, mesh tools, add subdivide, mesh, edges, subdivide. Yeah, but how do I pick? Am I wrong? Could you not do it? Or you could pick your axes? Maybe not. Control R, let me check. Oh, that's perfect. I don't know how that works, but I like it. Beautiful, thank you. Can I select? Oh, that's wonky, I don't want that. Okay. Why? Oh, it cut that up. All kinds of weird. Whatever. Okay, Control Z or G. We'll move this along the Y. No, the Z axis. Actually, fun little trick. Pick those two. Scale Z axis. We can move them together. And I can do this and this. GZ. No, GX. Oh, it hates that. That's fun. You scroll, change how many pieces it cuts. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, I will try to remember that. Maybe I don't want to do the splinter. Is there a less stupid way to do this that I just don't know about? Oh, gosh. Edge. Bevel. I have no idea what that's doing. That's why N-gons are bad. Yep. I don't think I want that. Nope, that's really, really not good. Edge. Bevel edges. That. Not quite what I'm after. That wasn't what I was after either. I do not understand what that just did. I don't like it. Edge. Bevel edges. Why does it just keep messing up that? God, jeez. There's no, okay, I'm just going to be like super direct. There is no world in which I'm slicing this off and then gluing it back on. It isn't happening. This is not. All right, well, I can at least do GX this. Oh my gosh, even that's screwed up. Screw it, we'll do it here. Module. Fillet. Corner. R. H. Difference. Cube. R. And R. And H. Cylinder. That's almost how you spell cylinder. R. And, nope, it's H. R. Yeah, essentially, Helen Croft, that's what I want to do. That's pretty much it. Yeah. Because this does not provide any strength. But what I'm going to do is I'm making a thing that's going to allow me to cut a curve off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this as a radius like this. And then I'm going to add something that will allow me to add a fillet into a corner. And then I'm going to reduce the thickness of this a little bit because this does not need to be this thick. And then I'm going to add a fillet there. So there will be kind of a little ramp doodad here and then a fillet down in there. So angle a giant block. I could do that, yes. But I would have to math the angle between this and that the thought of that makes me sad. So instead, we're just going to cut a corner that's round. It'll be close enough. I'm probably also going to make this a little thinner. Okay. Say radius 10, height, what is it, like 65 or something? Let's just do this for now. Okay. That is a cone. There we go. That's better. Math, just wing it and change the number so it looks close. I could, yes. I don't know, maybe I do that. I don't know. Let me try this first and see what I think of this. Radius is too much precision. You'll fill up with your fancy brackets. Psst. Actually, I think that's just correct. Okay. So if we do fillet corner, all right, and then down here we add this as a difference, okay. We do a translate, just do it this way. Translate this, okay, minus bracket width, and then minus bracket depth, and then I didn't put a variable for bracket height. I got distracted. Bracket height, which is, I think, 65. I'm gonna make this visible. So I need bracket height, and then this will be bracket depth. And then I think actually minus 35 is the correct amount. Oh no, that did bad things. Why bad thing did? Why are you over there? Hidden pieces? What do you mean hidden? It's got a metal attachment and then insulation. It's a nice thing about FreeCAD. You can up, down, single values, and change real time, and it's good enough. I do kind of wish that. Hidden pieces equal fancy brackets. Okay. Okay, why is this so far out? Because it should be plus bracket size and maybe plus the other one too. There we go. Okay. So this needs to be translated to cut the corner. Translate. It's just going to be R0 minus R. Boom. There we go. Okay, there's the first one. And then, you know what? Minus 1 height plus 1. Boom. No. Plus 2. Still didn't work. Plus 2. There we go. Wait, what is this? First off, get rid of this. And then I think we need this plus 1. Because I brought it in by 1. Okay, that's close enough. I still don't understand where all the other holes went, though. Okay, so if I get rid of this, that's correct. Okay, this is the union section, and then we have that. 157. There we go. Okay, we're getting close. Random angle block removes more. I agree it does. Yes, it does. This looks prettier, though, doesn't it? Like, you see this, you think, yes, they did design. Okay, and now we're going to do fillet add. Nice little scoop for gardening. Okay, so I want to be able to target a corner and then have the fillet corner add. Have it be there. So I think... Yeah, but I don't want the additional values here, so I need to get rid of all of that. This needs to be precise. Okay, then in union, the brace. What is the 15? Okay. Brace width equal 15. These are unioned, so we don't need that. I'm going to pretend I don't see that. Brace width. Need brace thickness. Oh, wait. That's this. Okay, the height needs to be that. And then I basically make up whatever the radius is. So let's just go with the same value, actually. Boom. Okay. So there's that. Now, you know what? I'm just going to make the cylinder taller. How does that not do? Am I using the wrong one? I am. There we go. Okay. What is... What? We're going to be live for another hour and 6 minutes, so... Why is that wonky? I didn't change the radius. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Save. What on earth? Small skate ramp, yeah. Unless there is a module. There's probably a module for this already. Oh, I know what the problem is. This is not an issue. Okay. Okay, I need to rotate this 2 times, actually. Rotate 90. And then rotate 90. Minus 90. Well, that'll work for the top. Minus 180. Okay, well, hold on. Let me try this. Minus, or is it plus? Plus that. So, the correct rotation, not quite where I thought it would be. Okay. Oh, because I put this in the wrong spot. Boom. That's correct. And then this needs to be brace. Plus brace. No, well, yes, but that was the wrong thing to do that to. Plus brace. There. Now the wall equal, I think I eyeballed that actually. Did I make it 5? 25. 5. 25. Yeah. Plus wall. Boom. There we go. That's one fillet. OpenSCAD's great. I don't know why you guys don't like this. Isn't it so awesome? Look at it. It's beautiful. Look at all this.
Jason 5, the Force Stooge says CHGER 150. Well, if this doesn't work, it's the Danger Zone intro. End of line.
Jason, thank you for the 150 bits. That was 3 clicks in FreeCAD. Pfft. I think I wanted positive 90 rotation. No. Minus 90 rotation. Yes. But FreeCAD, you'd still be waiting for me to finish sobbing after figuring out how sketches work. So we've still made more progress. There we go. There's that. Okay. Now we can reduce bracket width because that fillet's going to add a lot of strength. There we go. We can also reduce the brace size a little bit. Let's make it 8. And then we can reduce the depth a little bit. Let's make this 35. Boom. Look at that. I've never used a sketch in FreeCAD. How? Where do you start? Create a parametric part? How? How are you not starting with a sketch? I'm gonna guess it's this. Okay. So do we add create part? I don't know what that is. Pad. Like, there's no thing to start with here. That's use part edit and drag boxes around part. I'm gonna guess I mean part design, or is it this? Cube. Well, who wouldn't want color per face? Psst. I need to investigate this more. Not today. I'm curious now. So I'm going to make these fillets bigger. Brace width times 2. Is that the height or the radius? There we go. Yeah, I will look at that more on whatever the next project is. Next project, scream bloody murder at me if I open SCAD, and use the block design in the other thing. this needs to be a little bigger still. I don't want the switch to be crowded. Hard-headed FreeCAD is a GUI version of OpenSCAD the way you use it right now. Yeah, I kind of get that. Yeah, I just didn't know that existed. I thought you had to start with a sketch and extrude that and then basically go from there and create a new sketch on each face. And I'm not kidding. I literally have never seen a tutorial start with like blocks or objects like that. They always start with sketches and they always seem insane. It was like everyone came from AutoCAD and was like, this is the only way. You must start from 2D and then become 3D. Okay, I know that it would save a little bit of material to cut that, but like, come on. If it's all roundy round, it looks so cool. I want it to be round. I can't help it. It's so cool looking. IDK, that's not that far off of what I just did here. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's a not horrendous way that I could just take out 1 millimeter from here. Also, I would like to have these be slightly bigger. +1. +1. I just think that's like, that seems like a lot. +0.25. Let's go with that. Make my KiCad models in the cube editor, FreeCAD. And fewer strange chips, all the details. Yeah, it's all cubes and filters. I mean, that makes, I get it now. That I understand. Starting with sketches, again, sounds like pure torture. Okay, I don't think I can make this much thinner, actually, and have it still work for the grommet. So I'm going to leave that thickness. And then I think I'm going to leave everything else. And we're just going to use infill. Now, I think tomorrow we can print this. There's a problem. I want to test everything first, so I think I'm going to print it 2 versions, or maybe I'm going to make a real garbage version by doing a difference in Blender, where I take another cube and then like really squish it up against the corner and then get like a super thin section of just the external side so that I can check the dimensions.
Is it chat? Again. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. All right, I want to bring this back. And I want to try and make this slightly inset. So I think we're mounted or like up against that corner. So if I just, after the union, translate -1. Is it this easy? 1. I think it's that easy. And then I'll just take 1 out of the width. And then that fixes, no, that does not fix that. There we go. So that adds a very slight amount of space between this and that, so that the bracket for the switch has some depth. Yeah, tomorrow we are printing this. Okay, that should work. Okay, I'm gonna save this. F6. Let's export the model. And then we're going to, I'm gonna make the lame version. Save. Okay. You know what, I can just do that here. Why not? Ooh, it's so performant. Okay. So, one more cut. You know what I could do? Let's do it here. Okay, that should not cut. I don't know why it's a syntax error, because this. There we go. Okay. Resin or filament, I will be printing it in the office, and I only print filament here. The ventilation is not acceptable for resin printing. Or ABS. Okay, so 1,000. Okay, so that just barely nicked it. Let's bring this into, what was the size? Hold on, let's just start with that. 346. Save, and then 343. 342. That'll work. And then Y, let's make it 100. Okay, that's too much. Five cubes and 2 cones. Yeah. I get it. I know I made a mistake. I didn't know that other option existed. Okay, 75. Okay, that's still a little thicker. Or is that good? You know, that might be good. Okay, and then height can be 1,000. Boom. F6. This is the minimum dimension check. Except I need this to not exist. But I think I will just import this into Blender and delete that, and then we'll pretend. Overdue design, see how you made it when stream's over. I'm going to be extremely busy after stream, so I'm not going to be able to do that today, but I can check that out tomorrow. You know what? Tomorrow while we're printing, I can just try to learn how to do FreeCAD block-based. How about that? Okay, so I already F6'd. Let's do this. Save as. Dim. Or, you know what? Check. Okay, now I can open that in Blender. And then we'll just delete that part, and then we're good. Import STL. Did I not export it? I saved it as an SCAD like an idiot. Okay, hold on. Export, STL, check. I mean, I guess I don't mind having that, but whatever. I don't know. It's Blender. Refresh, check. Okay. Edit. Easiest delete of all time. Wireframe. I say easiest, and I got a stupid selecty cursor doodad. There we go. Delete vertices. Boom. There we go. File, export, STL. Oh, why it's gotta be all weird? We might actually be able to print this right now. I don't think it'll take that long to print this. In a way that isn't foreboding, I'm doing astrophotography tonight. So prepare for me to be even more tired tomorrow. Actually, there's no way on earth we're printing anything today. I gotta get like the whole printer set up and stuff. Just like, bleh. Ain't happening. All right, open with Mesh Lab, and what is that thing? What are you doing? What? What is that? That does not appear in any of the other software. Wait a minute. There's stupid hidden cube in Blender. Oh, okay. Export, STL, ready, export. Mesh Lab, refresh, boom, there we go. Okay. Just do thick layers with minimal infill? No, because the filament is not set up in the printer right now. And I don't have a profile for that filament. So basically, I'm gonna have to come in early tomorrow and make the printer work. So I might print this before stream tomorrow. As a test. We can try and get the printer like open and set up and all that stuff right now, but yeah, that's the next thing that kind of sucks. So we can probably get the filament loaded. I don't know that we're gonna have enough time to do anything else. I have an alternative option for you guys. Well, nah, probably not. Yeah, let's just go. Let's try and set up the printer. All right. You guys like Dremels? Come on, phone auto expose. Wait, why is the exposure locked? Auto expose, jeez. I forgot about the post for the skewer, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be too close up there. So I think we're gonna have to Dremel out part of the model for that thing, because I really don't want to measure that like a lot. And it's in a spot that is mechanically inconsequential. So I think buzz. Again, only one needs to exist in the world. Drill out the 3D print. I don't think it's going to be drillable. The 3D print muted. I don't think I'm muted. The 3D print isn't, it's not going to fill the void. So it's not going to go all the way up to the top wall. It's going to barely like hit the bottom of this thing. So yeah. Anyway, let's go mess with the printer. Drill, 3D print. We just made all the models. You're saying you just want me to add a cylinder up there right now, then put a hole in it? Here's the thing. I don't have measurements. I don't want to measure it. Cut it out with a knife? That's not going to work well for the chunky one. I'm not cutting this with a knife. We're just going to have to like nip out a little tiny bit. Just a little, like a half ramp, you know, a half pipe in this. That's what we're going to have to nip out. Just a little tiny bit. Fine.
Loracoo says CHER 100 a half pipe. We're going to get a tiny Tony Hawks in the print. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. It's about some in. I need one of these. I need the radius to be 15. That's a lot. I need it to be 7. This is the negative side, right? Yeah. Let's say plus 30. Nah, it's way too far in. Plus 10. A little more. Plus 14. Minus 6. Why does that seem like nothing? Teen. Because it's the wrong thing. I'm gonna make this 10. This is the best way to measure it. Holding one eye closed and going over a little more. Ah, spilled water. Now there's no more water to spill. You know what? I could dab it up with the rag, but then it just has to evaporate from the rag. And the tabletop is waterproof. It'll evaporate faster on the tabletop. I'm leaving it. Plus that. Just fudge number so it looks right. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna make it bigger. Okay, that's it. File. You know what? If I'm doing this. Wait. Real render. Oh, but now it looks ugly like it's Swiss cheese. Ugh. Maybe the other one will make me happier. I don't know. We'll see. Now this one is ready. And then we get rid of all of that. Get rid of that, that, and that. And now we have this. Oh, it cuts the... That's as far as I'm letting it go. Oh my gosh, it's gonna make printing it suck. Oh. All right, here's what we're doing. We're printing the check first, and then we're gonna see where it shows up relative, and then we're gonna fine tune the values. Because then I can shrink this down and kind of reposition it. I can measure it relative to this. Well, not this, but the other one. This. Bent piece of metal not sounding awful. The bent piece of metal wouldn't give me the grommet. It would give me everything else, though. I could just order this from Send Cut Send right now. Like, if they took an STL instead of a DXF, this would work. It would be completely fine. Export to STP, they accept that? For bent metal? That's hilarious. Will they just figure it out? I have to 3D print it first. Fabricate a grommet from a piece of loose hose. Oh, that sounds awful, though. This is an SMC-70. It's a prestigious... No, it's not. It's a piece of garbage. But I don't really want to pay $40 for this metal bracket, so we're just gonna 3D print it. Oh, Yambo, this isn't the real one. The real one is this. The other one is the quick print that allow us, print twice, cut, measure once, print twice or whatever kind of do thing. The other one is just a simplified one that has all the critical dimensions for everything that we need. This is the real one. We may be in danger of needing to start at the Hugs for Shelby again. So no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. This one's so pretty. I like all the fillets. I definitely could have just cut that like that. This is better though. This makes me smile on the inside. I like this one. All right, let's go feed the printer some filament. See what it's going to take to make it work. Let's go over to workbench. Oh, standing is nice. I like standing. Oh, and stretching, and oh yeah, that's the stuff. Okay. So, that's a 3D printer. Actually, man, that angle looks really good. Like, like I never work in the 3D printer, but that's actually pretty darn sweet. Okay, so let's get this thing set up. I didn't realize I could film over here so easily from that angle. I don't think I've ever done this. Like, let's say we wanted to film microscope stuff, I could easily leave the camera over here and then just zoom in more. I did not realize that. That workbench is on the table now for filming. I did not know that. Okay, dude, doesn't it look so good with the deck writer right there, by the way? I don't think anyone has commented on it. I managed to fit the deck writer in by shifting this over, and it looks so good there now. In theory, it should be usable there, too. Reorganize the office? That was yesterday. We've 3D printed on this somewhat recently. I forget what. There's a hint of it. It's blue. Whatever it is. Oh, I did it without you guys, sorry. I 3D printed a CH375 bracket to put in the Halican. That was what I did. But it shakes badly, the camera. It won't shake badly over here. This table also does not shake at all. All right, beige filament. Snacks for later. Okay. This is my first cardboard filament spool. Oh, this is already quite brittle. Interesting. Okay. I need a thing back. This. This is not a very slick surface. Plus, it makes that delicious sound, and then I can tell when it's not printing, because it's suddenly very nice to be in here. Okay, let me plug this in, turn this on. There we go. Now I gotta wait for this to boot well, and then I will be able to turn on the filament, or the heater, and make it possible to change out the filament. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. Don't forget to dry it out first. I have never dried filament ever. Matter of fact, this one has never been back in a bag or anything since I've owned it. Since 2014? I think so. You unwrap the spool, my dog heard the cellophane, came to investigate in case it was cookies. That's a joke, AZ? Oh, yeah, for sure. Oh, yeah, I forgot I don't run the GUI on there anymore. One moment. I need a thing that can connect to that. I guess, I don't remember what the printer port is. Let me just look at the Prusa Slicer software. All right, I'm just launching this physical printer. Please log in. I think this is the password. Remember me. Printer port is LPT1. I'm not sure if it's logging in or not. There we go. Okay, connect. Control. We got a webcam. Beautiful. Look at that little squiggle. Okay. Temperature, tool, PLA. Okay. Control. Let's have it home XY. Oh my gosh, it actually worked. Crazy. That didn't quite go where I thought it would. I just need to get it up in a way so I can actually reach it to clean out the stuff. Okay. That's good. Now let me look at the configuration so that I can see what the port is. Printers. This. Edit physical printer 66. Okay. One 192, 168, blah blah blah, 66. Okay. Enjoy this view while I log in. Boop, boop. Okay. Because I'm going to want to be able to turn that back off in a moment. All right. Sound card on LPT1. Three printers G-code, you can print that on LPT1? Yes. There was a brief while where I considered making a video where I did 3D printing over the serial port on a computer because these all just use a USB serial interface. And then I realized that sounds like it's going to be dumb, so I didn't do it. And I'm sure someone else has. That's not me calling them dumb, I just didn't want to follow through with it. Okay, is this all melty-like? Kinda, not really yet though. Find the test print is perfectly adequate, put a switch on it and everything. I don't think so. I really don't think that's gonna happen. So we can have a little extra fun here. I'm gonna set this to 1080 so we can get some crop zoom, and then I'm gonna whoop way up in there. Because I will be feeding the filament in where that little blue bit's sticking out, and then getting it to push through in a moment. Actually, can I do extrusion on this? I bet I can. Manual. Oh yeah, that'll be the way to do it. It can extrude out? I did not know that. It's probably not a great idea. Oh, okay, well I didn't need to be able to log in then. All right, I hear it clicking, so we're both 3D printing right now. What am I printing, you ask? Parts for the printer, of course. Oh, yes. All right. I should do that from the side so that you guys can still see stuff. Is that printer Model T? It's a Tron XY. Previous printer was an ANET A8, and the only reason I don't still use that is because the filament change mechanism in that is the worst thing on the planet. So when I got this for free, It was an instant upgrade to not murder my thumb. All right, this might be ready to try and cram this through.
$59 raters from P2 SDE have joined. End of line.
T2SD and Raiders, hello and welcome. I am currently attempting a filament change, so bear with me for a moment here. Why does this keep beeping? I like how it's, oh gosh, I managed to cram 2 filaments side by side. That's bad. Okay, I've done bad things. I hope your stream went well, T2SD, though. Oh, things are not working out over here right now. What if I do this, and then I pinch this, and I just kind of squish this in by hand? There we go. Get in there. I really hate how much you waste with Bowden printers, but I really like how there is less unsprung weight. So the quality trade-off is kind of worth it. I mean, I guess if I really wanted to, maybe I could pull it out, but then you get like an almost unusable section. I don't know. And then I get nervous that you're going to clog up the hot end there. I don't know. I think I'm just not able to cram it through fast enough. You know what? Maybe it hasn't heated up. Maybe I should heat it up more. Set it to ABS temp. Extruder on the A8 is quite horrible. Yes. Still use mine, but the extruder has been changed. I do not blame you at all there, yeah. Now whenever it breaks down, don't buy another one. I know a guy. Blue makes way for beige. Yeah. Who's T2SCE? They are a fellow streamer. Oh my gosh, come on. How is this being this difficult? I don't think I've ever had a filament change that go or be this difficult on this printer before. It's normally been a fantastic printer to use. Okay, I might have it through enough that I can actually get this to go in. It keeps bending around the pulley, driving me crazy. Okay, you know what? We're gonna snip it. Well, that was a good idea to let it go like that. Brilliant. Snip. That worked, I think. Yep, I think that did it. That did it. Okay. I'm in the clear. I just need to get it to extrude through. Well, that was not what I was trying for, but whatever. Is that actually moving? It doesn't look like it's moving. No, that would be because it isn't. Why do you hate me so much this time? Oh my gosh. It's not actually pulling it in. Yeah, it's just grinding on it. I love 3D printers. They're so much fun. All right. It's time to break out the real solution. Somehow, I do not have a small enough Allen wrench or something handy. Maybe there's one in the drawer. I was gonna jokingly say I'm gonna get stabbed, and then it's literally the first thing that happens. Oh my gosh. The drawer is always where that happens. Every time. Okay, I might have a tool that's small enough. It was small enough, but it wasn't long enough to do anything meaningful. Yeah, there's a lot of my files that are just loose down in here. Maybe I can do it with tweezers. There we go. At least I think. I managed to cram it farther in. I don't know if it needs to recover thermally. It's not pulling it in more. Is that stuck on the brass fitting somehow? Oh my gosh, dude, I hate this thing. Why does it suck so much? I didn't pull the filament out. I thought I was just going to be better off pushing it through. I was wrong. I should have just pulled it out. I have an apprehension to trying to pull the filament out this direction because I don't want it to get pulled up into the heat break and then get stuck in a spot that's difficult to melt. And you can end up just with a nozzle block that way. Is it trying to extrude? I am trying to get it to extrude. That's why I just put some marks on there so we can actually see. But I think it's jamming on something. Really think I need something that's just small enough to ram all the way through. I'm just not finding it. Oh my gosh, there's so much baking soda that has exploded in there. All right, maybe this paper clip will work. There we go. That's through all the fittings. So now this should be possible. Bingo, it's into the Bowden tube. Ah! Jeez. Now we just have to run it through. I can come over and click for this. Or you know what? Nah. I think it just depends on how your hot end is designed 1010. I haven't actually tried it on this one. It might be fine. I don't know. I've tried doing that on my ANET A8 and it was a horrible, horrible idea. That's the only thing, that's the only experience I have. Yeah, well, it's not this printer. I haven't tested it on this printer, so. This is direct drive? No, it's Bowden. So the stepper that drives the filament is back there. Then there's a PTFE tube that it's guided along before it makes it to the hot end. Can't get stabbed if it's on my shoe. Ha! You have to purge all the blue filament out. That's what I'm doing right now. Although I might stop, I don't know. I'm probably just gonna full purge. Like normally I don't care, and especially for the test print, it's not gonna matter. You know, maybe I don't care. Maybe we just leave it there. That's probably good enough, actually. Because when we do the test print, or I probably do it before stream, it'll purge.
100% gets packed if it's on your shoe. Famous last words. End of line.
Yeah, you know what? I actually... When I was young, like really young, I don't remember where I was. There was this nail head sticking out of a board. And I thought I could hammer it in with my shoe. I'll let you think about how that story ends. I'll spoil it though. Surprise. Shoe's not a hammer. All right, I'm going to call that. That's good. Great idea. Yeah. It was not. I learned something that day. All right, I'm calling that there. Okay. I can shut this off. And then let me gracefully shut off the Raspberry Pi. Yoink. Okay. I am going to kind of soft end the stream early a little bit here because I am going to release a video and announce something. I don't know if Desiak is here. Other supporters know. If you've been in the Discord server and Patreon. But it is time. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and do this one first. Okay. That one's done. Here we go. Let me make sure I release the right one. Working on too many things. Bet I'm going to regret this thumbnail, but whatever. And okay. There's a new video on the main channel about building 2 mini computers that go with the Tiny Pentium. A bigger announcement, though. There is a new YouTube channel, Tech Tangents Gaming, and you can go there now and watch 4 videos that have been worked on over the last 6 months, actually, because I'm starting a gaming channel now. So, yep, that's a thing. In about a week, I will release one more video, and yeah. Whew, okay, yeah, this is alongside the normal channel. Yes, nothing else is changing with the regular video production schedule. It's just, in addition, there's now a gaming channel. So, there we go. What kinds? Everything. There is nothing that is not on the table. Bangers or the hangers, yeah. Oh man, be playing QBasic Nibbles. I am never going to comment on what I am playing or may show up later, because that is how I make fun into work, and that's not the objective. But I will say there is nothing that is off the table except Sierra Games. So yeah. Next week gaming on the SMC-70? I don't think so. I don't think that one's going to be ready that fast. Plus, PS2 is coming up. On that, main channel videos, completely unaffected, not getting superseded by this, I'll state that. Yeah, I've been working on this, like I said, for about 6 months, and nothing has been impacted on the main channel videos or second channel videos, so yeah. But yeah, kind of kills me that I'm going to do astrophotography stuff today because I'm not going to be able to see the feedback. So tomorrow I'll be able to actually see it, or probably more accurately tonight when I really wish I could be asleep, I will be reading comments. So, yep, but that is it for now. I can't see my server anywhere, so let me bring this up. Oh man, that feels insane to release and announce that. It's going to take a little bit for that to trickle in. Oh, fun fact here. I really need to meet the monetization targets very quickly with that channel, because if I don't, I'm probably not going to release videos fast enough to be able to do it. So that's fun. Yeah, isn't it like mid-afternoon? Won't be dark for hours yet. Yeah, there's a lot of setup involved, though, and planning and stuff. It's going to go quick. So, anyway, yep, it is outro time. That's not what I intended to do, workbench. There we go. All right, well, that is it for now. You watching have like 3 hours worth of stuff you can go watch now, because there's a lot. The gaming channel videos, I didn't say what they are fully scripted, highly edited, well-produced playthroughs and reviews and just general like critiques of all the stuff. It's a lot. So they are always going to be highly produced like that. That is, it's not just like random garbage. Although there is an edited version of the Legend of Zelda randomizer that I did, because reasons that I'm not gonna get into. So, your name printed in 3D, no. But there's a cool new way of doing supporter thanks at the end of the game videos if you want to go see that. All right, that's it for now, though. If you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you know what? Just straight up, just go watch gaming videos if you want to support the channel. That's like the #1 thing I can help right now. And if you enjoy them, subscribe to that channel. But yeah, that's it for now, and I will see you all next time. And thank you, Helen Croft, for grabbing that link.